Hello and welcome. My name is Trismegistus, and we are playing some Factorio. We're playing the aesthetic series, and we have a very specific, very focused goal. I'll just set my screens up now. I really got to get one of these Steam Deck jobs. Let's do that. There we go. Not Steam, Stream Deck, yeah. We have a very specific goal today of finishing the brick factory. That's just slightly in quotes. I'm not going to do stuff like the concrete needs patterning, so I won't do that. I probably won't do like the edging, and we're not going to get the train side of things done. I should very much doubt. What we're really going to do is build the machines, as it were. So finish off this sort of actual production hall. We've got the brick, what do you call it? Baking, I suppose. Here, it's odd that that one doesn't have any lined up at all. But anyway, you've got the actual brick production there, and then this is all to do with the sticks and steel that you need to make concrete, refined concrete, that sort of thing. So that's all that there. Curiously, I appear to have lost. Oh no, they're on here. Okay. Okay, so we know what's coming in where. Last time I did finish this up. The idea today is we're going to finish this, basically. So I will just keep kind of going until it's done. However, done's a bit of a relative term. There are some bits, as I say, like with the trains, that I'm not fussed about finishing. But the basic point is that from next week, I'm going to be playing. So there's a little note on the maps just saying tighten up. So let's tighten up a little bit. I'm going to be playing Dyson Sphere program. I think I'm going to switch over to DSP. Is my feeling. Is that enough? I think that's probably okay, isn't it? Yeah, that'll do. And as such, I kind of, because I need a bit of a change, really. I'm not, bored of either series as such, the aesthetic or the blueprint one. But I just need a bit of variety, I think. Because I'm also playing Bob's on the Saturday, so I've basically only been streaming Factorio. I mean, I did one Satisfactory stream, but basically only been streaming Factorio since I came back after my holiday. I was leaving a 2 gap there, I guess, wasn't I? So maybe I should still leave 2 gap. Yeah, I suppose so. Not 100% sure what I meant by tighten up, but this is what I'm interpreting it to mean now. So let's leave there. That there. And we need to chop that off there. Well, actually I could just do that. Oops. No. Take that there. Put that on there. And this could do with really tightening up, couldn't it? So if we just take all of that out. Right. Take that there. So that'd be too close. I guess if we leave 2 tiles then, keep it sort of thematically similar. And then we want to take kind of all of that, put it there, I guess. Is that 2 tiles? Yeah. And then we need to do the same job here. So this is what I'm assuming tighten up means, but I don't 100% know. Question here is what I did on this. So there's only 1 tile there. Okay. Just that, basically. I was saying in the Bob stream yesterday, the devs have done a little update. It's not particularly impactful in terms of gameplay or anything. It's mostly they put clouds in the game, basically, so the planets have clouds now. Is kind of the big thing. There's also a tweak with belts that it automatically does, like bunny hops across belts. So we can check all of those out, but it's not, you know, not spectacular. Of an update, but they were saying that most of the teams got COVID. Most of their team rather has got COVID. That's not aligned, is it? What have they done there? These should be closer, shouldn't they? Yeah, that shouldn't be 3 tiles. It should be 2, unless they've done. No, I've got 2 there, so we might as well make that 2. So if we move this down and then move it all 1 over, how have I managed that? Let's do it in bits then. So it shouldn't be there, it should be there. Let me take that bit. Like that. And then both of those. Yes, I say that. So they've unfortunately been struck down by COVID, kind of thing. So I'm not expecting the combat update. I was kind of expecting it for Chinese New Year, which I was going to look up but didn't because, well, I completely forgot. What does that look like on the map? Yeah, it's not too bad. Wondered about maybe continuing the diagonal theme and doing a diagonal across there. Maybe we'll just leave it for now. Yeah, so if we just sort of tighten these up. And we don't want all of that belt, do we? If I do that. Well, I don't suppose I know really, do I, what's going where, but perhaps if we leave, you know, some belts will probably be going down or up or around and about there. Let's put this side of things in, because these are going up for some reason. What are they? Oh, that's these belts, is it? Huh. Huh. So what's what? Oh, there's another one there, though. What's that? Oh, that's iron ore, isn't it? So this is iron, whatever it calls them, sticks, rods, coming out of here. And this is steel. So that's 1 belt of steel, 3 belts of iron rods. So maybe my initial plan was to recycle the iron ore. But I thought I had a dedicated line here that was meant to be the iron ore. Because we got, that iron ore is going to where? Yeah, that one's going to the blue gravel. We've then got 1, 2, 3, 4. And do all of those get fed into the... They do, don't they? So all of that gets fed in. Okay, so what we actually need to do is kind of recombine it all. That might get a little messy. Is that a maximum distance? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So we need basically to copy this bit across here and across here. Is that right? Is that just straight iron ore, or have I mixed lanes? No, that's straight iron ore, isn't it? Okay. And then the same with that one. That one. Oh, it's because the gate's in the way. And that one's done. That one. It's probably better if I send some of the material around just to properly test this. But it's feeling like probably I need to get rid of these balancers. I mean, they're a bit pointless anyway, aren't they? Because it's all balanced on the other side, so feels like those need to go. Those need to go. So then we've got this hoojamufflib here. So that's the actual rods. Oops. And then this is the, these are the raw materials. And same there. So that's the... Is that right? That looks wrong. So that connects to there. Let's connect the ones up that are the actual output. Even though I think we're going to have to fiddle about and move things around, but yeah. So these ones that are connected to these are the proper outputs. And I guess I was in theory looking for 2 lanes of iron ore coming out. Okay. So if this became this, because that gives us 3 and 3, which is what we've got here. Sort of like that. Sort of like that. Sort of. And so I can work out what those actually are at some point. Always useful. Because that's... It's got this spare sort of space here, haven't we? That's a bit ugly. Oh well. Okay, so if I'm hopping this over, am I just literally doing it one side to the other? And then... Can I go all the way across? I can. Okay, so that's all works, doesn't it? Sort of maybe-ish. But yes, the plan today is to, you know, just keep going until it's done, basically. So, I say, I will be fairly flexible on what I mean by done. There's kind of a couple of possibilities. One being that, you know, because I won't be able to... I'm sufficiently old that my bladder can't really hold out for too long. So if it gets to sort of 3.5 hours or something, I'll probably have to take a break. Okay. Anyway, but we can, you know, see where we get to. Other possibility is it doesn't actually take that long at all. In theory, I was thinking about whether I should replace, because it feels more sort of thematic. Because this is like proper smelting with... oh, I didn't actually have any. Or maybe I thought about that before. Because I was wondering, I don't really have any actual walls. They're all gates now. Which is what I was thinking. I was wondering, well, maybe I shouldn't, you know, I should just keep it as gates because it feels more appropriate in the sense that it's like, well, it would be open air because you're actually burning. All the other factories are, you know, whatchamacallit, electric. Whereas this one you're actually burning stuff, so you wouldn't want to, you know, have your things burning things with a roof, you know, and contained. Otherwise, well, you'd suffocate. But also they go out because they'd run out of oxygen. So yeah. So I need to connect these up, don't I? Have I got any? Oh, I have. Okay. No, I haven't. So I guess I was thinking all of the hazards, say one of the, and then the coloureds, basically. So let's see if we can hook them up. Oh, lost track of where I was. So let's see if I can hook these up. So all of the hazards need to be on this lane here, don't they? And the hazards are the ones at the edges. So these four need to go to those four. Have I done one too many there? No, that's fine. And then these four need to go to the other ones. And then we, well, get rid of all of it really. Put that in there. There we go. I mean, what I could do to tidy this up a bit and give yourself, you know, a place to put pathway and stuff is just move it 2 over. Because it don't have to be separated like that. It doesn't bring any benefit as such. But it'll give you a bit more room to play with. Oh, excuse me. Okay, and then I was thinking that what? It's just, well, brick, concrete, hazard, as I've got that, but I don't need to follow that. Because we've got, where's the, so the brick is the one there, isn't it? So that's brick. And then that's normal. And then that's refined. And this is, so we've got brick in the middle, concrete and refined. And are they all? Yeah. Okay. So this, as I've done it down here, it's the brick on the left. So it would be the brick here, wouldn't it? So this would be the brick. So I don't have to follow this, but let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, messed that up. Okay. This is that one, and then this was the refined, so that would be going to the third one. And so this must be going to the second one. There. And this is going all the way over to here. I could just swap the recipes around, couldn't I? That's probably a more sensible way to approach it, I think. Now, would that make more sense? So as in this one connects to this and is brick. So if I make this set of recipes, let's punch some miles in there. So if this one is brick, it's a bit annoying with that being. But then we've got concrete going around there. So concrete's on that side, on the left. And it's on the left there as well, isn't it? Yeah, I think I'll go with that becoming. So I'll just change where I'm expecting things rather than actually change the machines or do too much with the belts. So it's a little ugly compared to what I'm usually doing, but I quite like this sort of, to me it looks like a flower for some reason, or like a plant or something like that. Don't know why, but there we go. That'll do us. Question then is, do I want that sort of thing to match that? I mean, it matches it already in the sense that it's the same width, but I think I prefer that. Other option would be to go, in fact it's probably better, isn't it? If I go down. Yeah, I think that's probably better. Because then it's more consistent. As in, you know, the hazardy ones always go underneath. Yeah, I prefer that, I think. Yeah, cool. Okay. Get rid of this. And what's coming down here? What are we expecting on these three? We're expecting the 3 types of concrete. I don't appear... Oh no, stone brick is already... Because stone brick's these. Haha, of course. Yes. I say I don't appear to have one for stone brick, but stone brick is already accounted for automatically. Awesome. So these are the 3 like normal concretes. Because what I wondered is, could I fit the processing that I need for these bits of concrete over here? Concrete and brick. So we would have... Where's the brick coming up from? So those are the brick lines. So they could still go, you know, across the middle. I think this is going to end up being a bit of a weird shaped factory. Because, I say, what I could do is, like, increase the space here. So space these out more. And this will push this up. And also I could build this. So rather than 2 tiles between the sort of builds, make it 3 tiles or 4 tiles or whatever it needs to be to match up. It's kind of unfortunate because, you know, this lines up all perfectly already, so I could maybe just extend this one. It's going to then look weird, as I say. The other option is, as I say, to put gaps in here, which is probably the best option. In other words, you know, say instead of 2 gaps between, we make it 4 gaps or 6, you know, 6 or 8 or whatever it needs to be in order to push up so that this is the same sort of height. So the question here then is, having decided I quite like that layout and I don't want to change it as such, could I fit in the actual production? I say brick we've already got because that's already sorted. But if we take this as the edge, you know, can we fit the production for the items that we need here into these? So this is just brick, so that would be kind of coming down, I think. Anyway, like that. From, you know, let's just get rid of them. From this, so it's coming down from some sort of, you know, loop round. But that, can I then have the other ones go across? Because we know this is concrete. Everything here is concrete. And I only need 1 lane of concrete. For both of them or one of them? What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Let's see what it would look like. So if we had... Which one am I copying here? Because I think I tried to lay these out in how I would need to do them. So, as in the coloured stuff. But then why are those over there? And then I've doubled that up, haven't I? So the coloured concrete would need one normal concrete to support it, wouldn't it? I think I made a right jumble of this. So if I was to try and build, you know, let's start again in a sense. Oops. No. Trying to rotate the hitting completely the wrong key. So if I was to try and get, you see, these kind of fit like this. You see, kind of works, doesn't it? Because if we wanted, it kind of works and kind of doesn't work. Because it doesn't. I don't think they fit too. Do I need them to? So if this was here, then it would sort of fit in that gap, wouldn't it? Because there's a weird 2 to 1 thing that happens, and I can't remember which way around it is. Because that could move up, no problem. So let's have a look. So what does this in theory produce? This produces breast belts. So it's basically a belt, but only requires half a belt of stone brick. Okay. So if I had 2 of those, you know, next to each other, that would provide plenty for these. Because these are just conversions, and I'm more than happy that it divides it all up and, you know, it's a tiny trickle of stuff. Because it's only representative anyway. Okay. For this one though, I'm pretty sure it doubles up. Isn't it? Is this the one? Is this the 2-1? So refined concrete. This one up here. Oh, that's smaller, isn't it? Huh. Because this produces... Actually, this produces nearly a full belt. Okay. But doesn't this produce only half a belt? Yeah. There you go. That's your 2 to 1. But it also requires a full belt. Yeah. Okay. So the ratio, or what I'm half remembering, is that we would need 2 of those to produce even 1 belt. So if we wanted to do the same production speed, we would need that many, and we would need 4 lanes of concrete, but we also need 2 here, so we would need twice of that. So belt wise, that gives me 2 of those, and it's not 6, but it's 6. Is that right? Because we can knock that 4 off of that 6. So in other words, if I just do that, yeah, it's basically balanced. So that was the 2 to 1 problem. Now, oh, I've got a random not placed machine there. Have I not got my... Oh, I haven't. But it does fit in. That's the thing. Because I got this, let's get rid of that bit. But simply moving this over, simple case of simply moving this over. And it does, but and you know, if we were being, well, we want to fit it in the gap rather than the thing, it goes into that area. Might have a tricky job with the belts, but does fit. Oh, one, but the sort of problem, it's not really a problem, but the thing is I probably want to do it more like that, and I don't think that will fit. Oh. Yeah, so that's too big. But is it too big in a way that matters, if you see what I mean? So, if I had that, come here. A bit closer. We could have, say, the brick coming down there. Could maybe try and line that up so that the brick, there's a brick going that way. Because how many inputs of brick do I need for this? 3, so it's not a lot. And then a 4th one for that. But that only leaves me 2, doesn't it? Is that right? Because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That only leaves me 2. And yet I want to make one of them. Looks like it's going to be really close. Look, it could fit, but almost not, if you see what I mean. Because that requires concrete, doesn't it, as an input? No, it requires brick as an input. Okay. I thought it was a modified concrete, but it's not, is it? It is concrete. So we would then need a concrete as well, and that's our 2 lanes gone. But then we also want one of these, which means we need another 2 of these. Because this requires to do... Oh, we need 2 of them actually, don't we? To do a full lane. So it looks like I was probably thinking of halving. So I need that to get me 1 lane of refined. So I need 2 lanes. I already put them in, haven't I? So yeah, so that would, that 2 is actually that 2 there. Or 2 of that is 2 of that. So that's perfectly balanced. Perfectly balanced. But it requires 2 lanes of bricks, 3 lanes of bricks. Oh no, that's alright then, isn't it? Why does that... Oops. Why does that math work then? 2 lanes of bricks. What? Because these don't require bricks at all. But these, like... Does this not require an entire lane of brick? Oh no, it's half a lane. Oh, okay. And then the 6th one is for this one. Okay. So this is what we need to fit in, basically. And it looks like it will go. But not quite in this arrangement. And certainly if I was to introduce, you know, 2 extra lanes there, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, potentially 12 tiles of extra height we could add without any real visual impact. Which is probably what, 3, 6, 9, 12, so it's basically that sort of additional space. It will certainly fit in, I believe. Okay. Now we just need to work out how we're going to squeeze it all in. I'm wondering if I sort of flip these round. I've got to get water in here as well, haven't I? I haven't thought about that at all. But then I can do water. I've got a water fill, so we can just cover it like that, can't we? That build doesn't work, does it? Because, well, for starters we need water. And there wouldn't be any room to hook it up. But also, we need 3 ingredients. And I've only got 2 lanes of direction. So, if I did that, it wouldn't reach, would it? So if this was like that, the only way I could reach over to that lane would be to basically underground that one. Another option would be something on the outside. Other way. Something on the outside. But then how do I get the pipes in? Especially on that side. What I would normally do with that is like have it in the middle. And that might work quite well because I could just have it go all the way across. I'm going to say we could just dig a little hole, put a pump in. Bob's your father's brother. So in other words... Oh, have I even got any pipes? No. What else can I get rid of though? If I just put that in my weird one, give us that there. So this could go, that could go all the way across. Power. But you see, it makes it bigger, you see. This is what I'm getting at. This needs to go up then, which means that these, I mean, these need to be wider anyway, so that I can do, you know, do a similar sort of thing. But it's going to move it up enough that this whole sort of array needs moving up as well. Okay, so how about if I just get rid of that, copy that down. Oh. What? Got tons of room. What are you moaning about? What you moaning about? Well, we don't really need the trains, I guess, for the time being. Okay. It's just so I can count it, basically. So I've got 12 there. I've only got 10 there. Yeah, okay. So it needs to be that big. It's quite a lot bigger. Which tends to suggest it needs to be that way around as well. The where the actual belt goes question is one we'll have to answer in a moment. But for the time being, let's just assume we're all golden. Because these are all going to have to move up as well anyway. So that I've got room. So let's put them up here. Out the way. Let's grab that there. Right one. Put that there. Okay, let's just copy all of that. So, you know, nominally, I don't think any of them need to be fast, do they? But oops, we have inputage. Oh, I didn't put the longs on. The long John. Forgot about the water. And then how many of those do I need? I need 1, 2, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 3 more. So I then need 3 more of them. With presumably some sort of gap between. I say probably input will actually come from that way or something, because these need these, so it's a C shape sort of a thing. But this needs to be, that's unfortunate, isn't it? So we've got 15 machines. That's really unfortunate. And 12 machines. Oh, and some of them haven't got modules in. Oh, that's annoying. Don't know where that error's crept in. Would have been me fiddling about, I guess, wouldn't it? Put those in. Okay. But yeah, it probably needs moving up at least to sort of... Because which ones are they refined? The refines are down the bottom, aren't they? Yeah. Wait, why have I got... Oh, because these are only half belts, aren't they? Yeah, so I need to stick both of them together to get the 2 belts. Okay. Do I do that... You know, like that? Never looks very pretty, that. Or do I do a... Because 4 to 2... It's quite a nice little balancer. Because it's just literally... Well, let's get a proper one just in case I'm being stupid. Yeah, it's literally just some belt to some belt. Splitter to splitter, I guess, is the best way of phrasing it. Looks like it's in the wrong place, obviously. Because why would I have got that right? Just plop it there. I'm relatively happy with this one, not, you know, looking, in a sense, super swish. I mean, obviously I don't want it to look ugly, but old school style, you know, belts, not spaghetti as such, but, you know, belts happening, I think works. I've started putting that one up nice. So if I just chop that off, to remind me it's the bottom one, is the output, because all of these belts are the wrong way around. as per usual, we'll sort of make it pretty later. But yeah, I mean, these are different things, aren't they? As in, because I need to bring 4 sets of material in. So let's have a look what it actually needs. So the top one of that. So does it only need? What does this need in total? So it needs 2 belts of sticks across, because a single set of these then half a belt. I'm sort of wondering, how many more of those have I got? I don't think I've got that many, have I? Just 2 more. And that's another belt's worth. So this requires what? Oh, I can't do that because I'll get the other ones. So that's 2. And that's 1. So it's 3 belts of the iron sticks. Because what I was just thinking, basically. Let's do that again. Two belts of iron sticks. So I could try combine them outside, and then have, say, the middle one be a combined iron sticky steel. There you go. You see, I've sort of run out of room. Be a pain, but we could add a couple of tiles in there. No problem. This I could tighten up by sort of 1. Okay. Just that I've not got room now for the actual concrete. And for example, that needs a belt of concrete. So these all require a belt of concrete, so I've got to have another 4. Like here. I could do this in, you know, this sort of a way. Oops. Right, that up. And then this one will be here. And the last one there. trying to get a feel for how sort of big this would be. So, if I then wanted, you know, a couple of tiles, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're sort of 7 or 8 tiles off. I could squeeze this up by 2. But then we're into the finding more space properly territory, which, as I say, it's a pain, but we could easily do it here. It's not actually a problem as such. You know, this is only 1 tile wide, so I could easily add in. Well, you know, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles wide, so 3, 6 extra tiles gets me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1 more, you know, sort of from here maybe, or 2 more from there. So it's a bit of a pain moving these things en masse, but certainly doable. Okay, but how do I get these to work? Because these aren't going to fit in that. Well, they might do. Let's try. Because basically we need the same, or do we? Because that only needs iron ore and stone brick. And what do you lot in total need? That's only a quarter. So it only needs half a lane of stone brick and 0.1 of... So a single feeding lane would work. But I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Okay. Well, that's where I lost the speed modules, isn't it? Doing that. Because it'd be kind of cool to have the pipes go, you know, all the way across, sort of thing. And then we can have a thing that's just like all the water at the top, maybe. And it would fit there, like that, because I know I need more than that, though, don't I? Because that's only 14 machines. And out of this I need 15. I mean, how far off is that in terms of 0.467? I think that's fine. Rule of core wins out, I think, from that one. Although it is annoying that bops right up against the belt. Oh no, I don't need that outer lane, do I then? If this is that. So this could do that whole thing of it becomes the lane it replaces. Except it can't, can it? Because it's only halves. So it's only half a lane. If well, it's double, yeah. So I'll just put them in. Or I'll confuse myself, I think. Yeah, so it only takes half and produces one. Why do I need so many then? If I'm producing 4 of those, why do I need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shouldn't I have 4? That blinking is driving me nuts. What have I done? Oh, it's because it's 4 for these, but then 2 additional ones anyway. So what's coming out of here? We're getting we're getting a full lane of concrete, but only sending in half a brick. Well, that's fine then, isn't it? Because I can simply let's cut and paste that up so I don't lose count, but if this was 2, wait, 1, 2. It now bashes into this, doesn't it? Because these could be the bricks instead of doing this. The problem is because it's half a lane, you see. So I'm getting 2 out, but only putting 1 in. So you know, if I'm doing that, I wouldn't have any way of like have them go in and out, if you see what I mean. Or I only need half a lane to go down, as it were, but oh, it makes more sense. Because what I'm thinking is I mix the lanes here as well, because we obviously need the iron ore. Effectively, these come this way. Oops. Not effectively, they do. They come this way. And that gives me the 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 2 more. 1, 2. To feed these ones as well. It's built the wrong way around, haven't I? So that one needs to go that way, you see. Wait. What have I done there? So that's the output, isn't it? So this is the input at the top. Because what I'm wondering is maybe I can use this space as like a mixing area where all the belts get sort of mixed together, and then send them into this this part. So it's like a sort of a mixing hall. Although actually that one is coming back out again, isn't it? And then where would the mixing hall be? It would be here. Yeah, and we could have it filling up this space. So this could be a whole load of mixed lanes coming in. But then we need these two to fit into this same space. And since I've just discovered they need to be wider, they're not going to, are they? So maybe rotate them. But then if we rotate them, they're going to be way out the top. Whose idea was this? Which idiot? So we've got all of them in. Let's put the inserters in. So it's output, input. Did I do it that way around here? So the output was on the bottom. No, so I did it the other way around. Better, a bit more consistent. Well, I'll put these in, but I need to move this down, don't I? We don't want this bigger space. Probably just want the two tile gap, because I don't think I've got anything that needs to link between them, as it were. So what's coming in here? This must be the have I just mixed those two up? So you need a full lane of concrete. And that's what you've got going down the middle. Okay. It's slightly off. They don't need that now. Could I knock two of the machines out? I'm wondering if that sort of solves it, because if I'm not fussed about these being full lanes, why not just take that in machines out? You know, why not just have it be this? And then I've, you know, reduced my sort of problems in a sense. So that needs to be a combined iron stick and steel. Which, if that's that mixed thing, it needs to come through the middle somewhere. That's a bit unfortunate. Or I sort of flip the whole thing round. so that this is now on this side, because we could then punt that over. Would these need to be, which side would those be best on? They'd still be best on that side, because then, oh, it looks like I've got intermingled belts here. That's not good. I think the rest are okay. Because otherwise, if these come in on the same side, I'm either going to do complicated undergroundy things. Yeah, so we want this bit on this side, I think. Ideally. Would that be a good thing? Because we then got, as I say, we've got complicated undergroundy situations. If I did that as one of those replaces its input ones, that would actually probably work better, wouldn't it? It's interesting how I've done, so this one goes to this one goes to that one goes to that one. So it's like a set of C's around each other. I don't think it makes a lot of difference other than aesthetic, because actually if I did that, you know, if this one was this one, I'd probably actually have to take it to the top in this arrangement. But if it was this one, I still need input for this lane, and that would have to be on the end. And I've still got two lanes that have got to come, excuse me, to these anyway. But that does give me the operation, maybe the opportunity to separate them, because, you know, I could make these a bit further apart, and then these are the two that go to these, and these lanes could come through the middle. Or, you know, the appropriate set of those lanes. I don't excuse me, I don't know what they'd actually look like. 2, 4, 6. But they could try and come through the middle. I think I'm getting myself quite confused. I'm also getting very, very distracted by this blooming flashing. So, if I switched out, so that's the output at the bottom, and that's the input for the stone brick, for the concrete. Then I could remove that from that side. We could move the whole thing to the left a bit. But then this would have to be the iron brick and other one, because it would get really complicated to do both of them. That could kind of work, because let's just do it and we'll see how it looks, because I only need 4 of them there, and I've shown 6 here. So these need to be the mixed, so these ones basically. Except I also need, no I don't, because that's the other one. But I do need input for these, which is the stone brick and iron ore. How many belts do I need for that then? Because one of these was a half and half. And how many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they need 6 inputs as well. So if I was bringing them in as mixed lanes, I would need 6 mixed lanes to feed the actual concrete, 4 mixed lanes to feed these the additional material they need. So then this gets up to there, if it's, you know, that's where it's going past. It's not that far off the top, it is, but probably not as much as I thought or was worried, because what would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, 12? Somewhere there. That's super easy to add in. And it kind of works. Kinda-ish, maybe. Kinda-ish, maybe. Is my middle name. Right. I'm just wondering if they can share a lane. What have I got coming in where? Because the stone brick is in the middle. Oh, the concrete is in the middle. But that's only half a lane. Is that right? So this one here, a quarter. So actually this could be a shared lane. This here could be shared between those two. Ah. Uh-huh. That might get a bit weird balancing wise though. Because I'm then going to have like an uneven number, but we'll see, we'll see. Basically all of these go together. So I then add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you see. That's the sort of issue. But it isn't, it's because that one. So this is actually, this can be half a belt. And this could be half a belt, and then these can be 4 belts. How do I do that then? In a sort of a non-horrendous way. Because these need to be like 4 feed-ins. Wait, 1, 2. Oh, but that should be half, shouldn't it? So 1, 2. I mean, I could just divide it into, so we could just send it down as 5. So that's actually that one there. So in other words, we need 5 lanes coming in. And that one needs to be 5. And that's probably mentally a bit easier. And aesthetically a bit easier. And then the middle ones are the ones coming from the concrete itself. So that gives me a lot of extra playroom. So I could separate them a bit better. And then so this could be the input. I think just like organisationally in a sense, I think I prefer if this was all the raw stuff coming in at the back. Probably end up having to move this whole build to the left, to the left, to the left. But we will cross that particular Rubicon when we get there. So in other words, this, are you input or output? You're input, aren't you? So this is whatever we need here, which I suspect is going to be more lanes than we've got room for. Because, oh no, we only need 2 lanes of total material. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is 2 total lanes. So this is a splitty one. But this is brick mixed with whatever it is. I don't know. I'm connecting it to the top, not the bottom. Get rid of all of that. So that's the... Oh, it's properly fill it in. So that's the input. That's the output. Is what I'm saying. And then this is the one that the output can loop round again. But that needs to be a splitter. So that can be sent down there. And then we need a splitter there. And then we need to make sure all the belts are in the right way. So that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. And that's okay. I'm going to have to move that down, aren't I? Because, yeah. Actually, let's connect. Well, let's remove this first. All this goobins. So, yeah, sort that in a moment. And we'll just punt this down. Do I want them literally? Could be nice if the power poles were even. You know, sort of very regular grid, but it doesn't really matter. And to do that, I'd be wasting quite a lot of space there, really. Because these don't need, they literally have that's it. Those 2 belts, they don't need an outside belt. So if I put them there, it's as if they were feeding, or the bottom one was feeding from a thing. Put it there, it gives me 2 lanes to do some kind of pathway down the side, but I think I'll sort of compromise in a weird way. So I'm going to put that there, but then squidge these up. So they're literally 1 apart. And the net thing is a improvement in density. That then allows me to have a fence here. Sort of separate them, but without really separating them. Could also, to kind of mimic that, move all of this down one, so that it's the same distance from this fence. The moment it's there, put it there. Okay. I should have cleaned that up properly. Because then also that's, you know, at the same height. We've got a bit of playing room there, haven't we? So I could move it one that way probably. Because these do need to loop back round. So those need to connect there. Oh, hang on. What am I connecting to what? If I connect that, that's the input, isn't it? And that's the output. So that becomes the replacement. That's the input. Becomes the output. It'd be better if I could do the C thing. Can I get that to work? Would it? I think they're just going to have to cross over each other no matter what, aren't they? Yeah. Because they've got to make it down the bottom. In which case, I'd rather have a tile there. So, this one goes to this one. And comes out. This one goes to that one. Comes out. That one goes to that one. Place all that. And comes out. Then the next one. That one goes to this one. Comes out. And then we've got to decide what we want to do with the undergrounds. Bit of a shame there's a weird kink there, isn't there? Not wanting to kink shame. Okay. Because that's just regular old brick. This is now the refined concrete. So I could move that over there. A little bit of a visual, you know, thingy. Question then is, do I have these going through the middle like this? Or does everything go over the top? Yeah, it'd be here, I guess. Hello to Burger Ninja. Welcome to the stream. It's kind of not... so, to some extent, it's sort of a non-question in that So you're asking how much concrete do I need? The answer is none in a sense because it's in creative mode, and I'm sort of building them to be aesthetics. I don't know if you've joined the streams before. I don't recognise the name, but it doesn't say you. But I've been building these what I've called aesthetic factories, so trying to make them look attractive. So both from a point of view of sort of on a map view, so that you've got nice patterns and belts and does that whole thing where it looks like a circuit board maybe. But then also when you zoom in and it's actually an array. And say I'm not going for things like efficiency and stuff. So we've only got a few beacons on these. And thank you for the follow. It's very kind. I knew it only says new and so on follows. Oh right, okay. Yes, well thank you for the follow. It's very much appreciated. But yeah, so I've been trying to build sort of what I'm calling aesthetic factories as much as you can in Factorio. So say looking for prettiness and nice layouts and things like that rather than actual things. And I got all sorts of mods on here with harbours, and I'm doing it in all sorts of different ways. So there's a different type of harbour there, and oh sorry, that's the. I was wondering where the factory was, and it's because it's the raw oil or and then I'm doing sort of mega trains, super duper long mega trains. What else have we got going on? Well, that's a train-fed one rather than this. I'm not entirely happy with. It sort of ended up as a bit of a mess, really. But it's because I had these mega trains, and it was like, hang on, nobody makes a 60. Well, whatever it is, 60 to 60 balancer or whatever. So I just had to throw something together. But all sorts of different lengths of trains. These are shorter stations and all sorts of that. So the brick factory, and this is steel up here. So it looks a bit like a spaceship, I guess, maybe, if you squint. And you say different configurations of sort of smelters and stuff. And the brick factory, I'm kind of imagining as a sort of a dirty, it's coal-fired, steel furnaces, that sort of thing. I'm even using somewhere blue assemblers. I think these are blue assemblers, aren't they? Yeah. So almost like it was, it's an old brick factory that was built way ages ago, that sort of thing. PC must be a PC. It's not bad. When I built it, it was like as good as you could get. It's got a lot of RAM, and the CPU's got quite a level of cache, so it's not too bad. And it could do with updating, and I am looking at buying a new PC. But yeah, it's also, it's big in terms of space, and yeah, we're going to have UPS problems when it all fires up with belts and stuff, but I'm not going to care at that point. It's more, I'm testing, I'll test each one separately, and then, if I turn it on and it grinds to a halt, then, I'll have already, done what I want to by that point. I say, because it's all in creative, so I'm not really planning to run the base. I'm basing it around 1,000 science a minute. Eventually, this in the middle here will be Science Island, so you can sort of vaguely see that I've got rocket production going on in the middle and labs around it. I kind of gave up on that one because it was getting a bit complicated, but you can see where I'm sort of in thinking of building, because it's a bit like an octagon-ish, octagonal. I might turn it into an octagon, but the idea was to deliver all of the stuff to this Science Island in the middle. Was kind of what I was going for. It's more like a butterfly than a spaceship. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. But it's sort of as you can see, across the lake. So I've got bridges on and all sorts of stuff like that. And then this is the other end. Needs quite a bit of work. This, I think. It's sort of, I quite like the steel layouts and the 3 design and that there. But I need to put something in the middle. Even if it's just patterned concrete or something, it just looks weird being empty like that. But yeah, so that's what I'm going for with a big brick factory. I sort of set, because I have been using so much coloured concrete and striped concrete and that sort of thing. I kind of figured, well, maybe I should put them in the build, but I don't really need them, as I say, because it's creative and I'm just putting the stuff down. But in a sort of, I guess, RPG sense, sort of telling the mental, the story of the engineer, it just felt like maybe these ones should be stuff I build. but it all kind of got a bit out of control, and I sort of ended up with a bigger factory than I was really intending. But yeah, I can see, because what I'm trying to do is fit it into a square or an oblong, you know, so it's almost like a brick shape, maybe. But the intention is to finish the actual, this side of the build. But if I end up with things like this and I need to put in extra space, I'll do that separately. I'm not going to do that on stream because gets a bit annoying, if I'm honest. But yeah, that's the sort of nice. That's a nice island. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? As you can see, the map is. I've revealed so much. There are biters, but they're all sort of just killed off, basically. But yeah, I was sort of looking at that and thinking, it actually looks like, I don't know if you're from the UK, but it's there's the Isle of Wight, which it doesn't look like it, but it does. It's sort of almost same sort of idea. But yeah, it's I think it's quite a nice shape. And I'd say it looked like it would have some really nice places for harbours, because there were some nice little stretches. Unfortunately, I did discover or realise that you can't do harbours at diagonals. You have to do them straight, basically. Meaning vertical. You can't have diagonal harbours. You can have diagonal trains, so that might be a workaround. But yeah, can't do diagonal boats for some reason, or unloading. But then I suppose you can't, because boats are basically just trains. War crimes even in creative, nice. Yep. Originally I was trying to do it properly, but I eventually sort of realised, because it's not meant as a mega base, but I just set 1,000 as a number to work with, basically. And I eventually realised that if I was going to build these all as separate factories and, not do stuff like, as I say, because these are only effectively like 3 beacon. This was the original build. I got the scaling wrong because it's got RS, like alien biomes on it, and I got the scaling a bit off. So basically, the entire map is this horrible purple colour, which is a bit annoying. But I realised, when I was doing these as like effectively like three beacon smelting things, that they were just going to end up enormous. And if I was going to try and do it for real, I'd have to, at some point I'd have had to have left it going to produce, 5 million belts type of thing. Okay, so why have I got a gap there? And why have I got a missing belt? So what do I want to do? Because this is the mixed one coming in, isn't it? So it'd be perfectly sensible to do another split one now. I'm just going to end up with a weird sort of bend in it, is the problem. I guess I could move this up, but then where the heck am I going to put all the rest of it? Okay, let's see. I assume you're a experienced Factorio player. I usually try and sort of ask chatters whether they've played the game, because you get. So I was sort of fascinated actually. Some people like to watch Factorio being played. I don't know if it's like a, what do you call it, ASMR type thing. They sort of like to watch it being played even though they don't have it and they don't play it. And then other people, they watch streams of people, even though they're sort of, they got 4,000 hours in the game and stuff, and they're sort of still want to watch it themselves, watch it on stream sort of thing. I even had one person, they'd launched straight into, like, first time playing the game. I think they had Crashtorio 2, Space Exploration, and like all the mods, all the massive overhaul mods you could think of. And that was their first playthrough. And I was like, wow. So that needs chopping off there, doesn't it? Do you do something like this in all the games you play of this genre? Yes and no. Not to this scale and this like level of. That needs to be brick, actually, doesn't it? thing, but I do try and build like, you know, attractive builds sort of thing, because I play, you know, Dice Sphere program, and so I had a pretty long running series of Satisfactory as well. I got to the point where it was too much. They recently introduced blueprints to that game, which I'm a little disappointed with, if I'm honest, because they're not big enough. But I sort of realised that I'd sort of decided I'd created too much of a problem for myself. But yeah, I was going for very, what I considered attractive builds in that. And I say that was kind of the problem. I should have focused more on just getting it finished rather than making everything look pretty. So instead, I've run out of patience. But I'm trying to make your own science as we speak. Pestilence as lights prefer saying. All right, okay. I usually call that one gold myself. But yeah, yellow science. Okay. So that's that. Well, I forgot. So that's stone brick as well, isn't it? But it's just stone brick, that one. That's not a mixed line. So maybe if I move that up, would it be by? I guess it needs to be by a few if I'm leaving a gap. If I go there, but yeah. So they sort of put blueprint. It's something I've been saying. I was getting to the point at the end of that streaming series where I was basically every stream was just me complaining about how hard it was to do, and that they needed to put blueprints in. And they put blueprints in. I mean, for one thing, they were really buggy, like really buggy. And for another, it was just they were a little bit disappointing. Okay. I'll do that for now. I'm not sure that's a sensible idea because I actually want brick to go. No, I don't. It's the mixed one again, isn't it? So we've got one just pure brick coming in there. What am I going to do with this gap? I mean, I could. It would also save my... How about I stagger these? How would that work? So if I move this all the way up there, move that so that the diagonals are sort of lined up, then that let me squish the whole build and also take up that space. Let's give that a go. My factory looks like a big Italian dish, but big on aesthetics myself. Yeah, the spaghetti builds. They always, I mean, it's sort of, I don't know if you wasn't able to intuit whether you're sort of first time getting to that point, but when you've been playing for a while, well, you either end up, looking at, tutorials or what have you. Maybe if I just move it up, then I can work out where it needs to go. Or you sort of, go on Reddit and learn a few things that other people have used, but you'll eventually sort of develop your own style. Where would I actually want it to be, though, if I did that? Maybe there? Because a great temptation for new players in particular to keep restarting when it gets messy. And it's something you really need to avoid. And part of the reason is because that motivation of, oh, well, I'll rebuild it and it'll be better next time is a good one. But the problem eventually because I used to do that. I used to just restart all the time going, oh, well, next time I'll know to build, this here and that there and save this amount of space and all that sort of stuff. And the trouble is, it's very difficult to know So that has to be there. Oh, no, it doesn't, because I can move those belts. It's very difficult to know what you've got wrong. It's that Donald Rumsfeld thing of, you know, unknown sort of thing, where you don't actually know what the answer is, so you can't work around not knowing, if you see what I mean. So, you know, you don't know that you need 4 lanes of something or other until you've played to the point where you need those 4 lanes of something or other, if that makes sense. So I won't do all that, because I think this needs to be a bit further over. Do those look about the same? They're about the same, aren't they? Let's just chop all that off. I mean, I assume I'm much more experienced than I'm. So, and I don't mean this as any kind of brag. Factorio is my favourite game, so you know you'd expect to spend a lot of time in your favourite game. You know, irrespective of what it is. But I recently went past 3,000 hours, so yeah, quite experienced. The weird thing, one of the weird things with me though, is that was all vanilla, pretty much. I got up to about 2,000 hours in just straight vanilla. And then I did my first streaming series was an attempt to do a mega base. My first mega base, because it's something I'd always sort of wanted to do, but never really properly done. I mean, I made bases that made 1,000 science a minute, but you know, in a very disorganised way. So it needs. I think I'm lining it up with a thing that's not actually lined up itself, aren't I? And I'd never played any of the overhaul mods, so Factorio 2 and Bob's and all that sort of stuff. I'd never done it because I never felt that was really what I wanted to get from the game. But then I did a series of Factorio 2. Well, I attempted Factorio 2 on stream and kind of hated it. I really didn't enjoy it. But a long time later, I don't know, my mindset had completely changed and I played it through again and really loved it. I really enjoyed playing it. And I'm playing through Bob's at the moment. I'm trying to line these up and not really understanding what I'm lining them up with. So that belt there, yeah, that's okay, isn't it? Because that belt is lined up at the bottom of that machine. And that belt, bottom of that machine. Okay, that is okay. So then if we take that there, that. So yes, a fair few hours, probably more than is really sensible, but tend to be a bit that way, a bit obsessive of, you know, things that I really enjoy. Do them over and over and over again, sort of thing. Trust me, I had so many edges. I had it at Blue Science and even now, but now I'm more dedicated to finishing it. Yeah, so it's. I mean, it's fully understandable, and I would say the only reason I would say that it's definitely worth a restart is I don't. You might have biters turned off already, but if you've got biters on and you know they become too much of a problem and too much of a headache to deal with, that's a. You know, I would restart then, but otherwise, you usually first 1 or 2 times through, just push through because you'll learn so much. And I say particularly in terms of, oh well, I know that trying to target 2 science a minute, you know, is what I want to do, or 1 science a minute, or whatever you want to do. And in order to do that, I now know I need, you know, X machines, so let's make enough room for X machines. Okay, so that there. I've almost forgotten why I'm doing this. I think it's to make room. So that will be there. Now, does that look better or worse? Oh, I quite like that. That's a bit better, isn't it? Still going to get this weird crossy over thing. But oh. Okay. So, that buys me a bit of space going that way. And fills up. In fact, that's not perfectly aligned, is it? Oh, okay. Now, what do you actually need? You need concrete, don't you? So this is a bit unfortunate. I've got to put these kinks in, but oh, in fact, look at that. Don't want to try and fix that. What does it look like on the other end? I guess because these have gone right down to the bottom, it's probably more sort of symmetrical if I do that anyway. So if I kind of take that. This is the tricky one, isn't it? With going through the middle. Maybe instead of this being like that, I have just a belt going through the middle, and then it's not lined up at all, and that's brilliant. That's annoying. That is annoying. I think it's better having it going through there than just randomly through the top here, though. Okay. Now, how close have I put that there? I put that one past the thing there. Prefer to play with biters off because of this. It makes me feel like I could take my time rebuilding if need. Yeah, so I would. I mean, I know, you know, several people who like never play with biters. They just don't enjoy that part of the game. Which I say, I've always been, you know, on just about everything. It's like blueprints or even stuff like that, where you know, play it how you want to. You know, it's sort of. There's so many amazing mods. You know, I don't blame anyone for launching, you know, straight in and playing with mods straight away or anything like that, because there's so much good stuff. But that's not exactly a bad decision. So, I should now be able to move this over by some tiles. What I'm going to do first, though, did I put that? I put that right on the next to it, didn't I? So if I move this balancer to there, like that, and then get rid of that. I guess it would be nice, since I've made so much space, to put a fence around this. Where would be a good place? So if this was hopping under a fence, would that work? So if that was the edge, I think that would work. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of all of this. In fact, let's use a schlub. Right, now I need to move all of this over to here. I was going to say it fits perfectly, but it doesn't, because that's the belt. I thought that was the fence for a minute there, but it isn't. So, if I wanted to make it the fence, what would I need? I guess I'd need to move it over by 2 tiles. So I could do that there. couldn't really do that properly there. Because I think I can only gain one tile. So I can only move that over by one tile. Unless I do that. And then I can do that. And that gets me 2 tiles. Okay. So actually that just needs to go. We don't need that anymore. I am going to have to rework that though, aren't I? Because I want that to be there. And then have I gained a tile and lost a tile? I think I have. So I think that actually needs to be there. And I can move that in. I can move that in quite a bit, can't I? Why am I fiddling about doing that when I've got loads of space there? So this needs to come down here. But unless... is it so I can fit a fence around it? So if I wanted a fence around it, it would have to go there. But then equally, I could have them jump over there, couldn't I? I think I prefer that. So if we use that extra, map view, use that extra space there instead. Okay, so that gets me a tile there. This is one of the things with this aesthetic build. There's a lot of... well, can I move that one tile over? So this is now the edge of the factory. Is it the edge? It is the edge. I still have the option, you see, I can put... so this is only one tile. Only one tile in there. So I can easily make it... because these are 4. So it'll be, you know, and then is that 6 or something? I can't remember. But, you know, I've got lots of options there for adding a little bit of space. So I won't do that probably on stream because that's tedious. But reverse this. Oh, is that what I was thinking of doing? I didn't spot that before. I think I might have been thinking of taking it that way and feeding him in the back anyway. I think this makes more sense though, because this gives me this mixing hall idea. But yeah, and we've also got, I could tighten everything up here. You know, I don't have to have 2 tiles there. It's nice because it's a bit more patterned, but, you know, I can move all of the big powerhouse over 1. No problem, because that's got 1 gap there and it would fit better probably. So we've got some options. Now, can I go back to this being like it was? I can. I don't know if you know a game called Dyson Sphere Program. I'm going to stream that next week. Oh, I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. I played it through a couple of times and streamed it a couple of times, but they're meant to do a combat update this year, and I was going to leave another playthrough till that for that, but they were saying on a dev blog that they've got COVID, so it slowed them down by the sound of things. So I thought I'd play it through because I've been playing this literally for months. I mean months. And that's not a complaint. I've been really enjoying it, but I could do with a bit of variety. Because I'm doing another series. This is another weird thing with me, because in that I've never built blueprints for myself, so I've never built a sort of a standardized set of blueprints like a lot of players do, where they can just plop those blueprints down, and that's the start of the game for them is building those blueprints. And I've never done that before because I enjoy designing so much. I build it fresh each time. But when I did that Megabase playthrough, it was really apparent, like blatantly obvious that I spent so long getting to rocket launch when it's something I've done a million times before, that it was like, no, I need if I'm ever to do another Megabase series, I need to have a shortcut for getting to that point anyway. Okay, so it's interesting that's 5 lanes of brick. Oh no, but I've mixed these, haven't I? That's the point. These aren't brick. They're brick and iron ore. And that's all this needs to be. Okay. Let's just chop out this. It's not in the way. The other thing I can do is make a lot more space here, so I can push all of these belts up by quite a way. And that'll take the top of this up. So we should be able to fit these in as well. But how are we going to do that? I've got 1, 2. I'm wondering if I'd do them longer, because isn't this half a belt? Yeah, that's only half a belt, but it needs a whole belt coming in. So if I did it longer, so if we take that out of the way, so if this became that sort of length, what does it look like now? So that then becomes a full belt of refined, but it needs more than 2 belts. But I've already shortened the other one, so I might as well shorten this. And this is, I need to put the actual thing in, don't I? Because I might as well use the same design. Let's take one in the middle then, which is, it's that one, isn't it? Okay. So this is the actual, but that's only half. So I need to double this. So I need to put that down again. And you see how long it is? But then it could poke, because these are the actual concrete, so it could poke out the top, couldn't it? Because if I'm going to have to punt all that up, this could be the top. So this is the coloured and patterned concrete factory, or hall, and then this is the default, the basic concrete factory at the top. Okay, let's get rid of that. Don't know why that's there. Let's take these out in case I need to remember that for some reason. Don't know why there's a random bit of fence there. So now as these need to feed into this sort of mixing hole, mixing belt hole, and then this could be the end of that, couldn't it? What's on that? There's nothing on that. Okay, let's get rid of them. So if that's my output, yeah, that's my output. I need to change these anyway, don't I? How long is this? So, in terms of length, guess there would be the sort of, some of these belts are the wrong way around. That's a bit weird, given I copied it. Strong feeling there's something not right in Belt Town there, but oh, here we go. No. They're wrong way around. I'll do a test in a bit, but let's get it built first. So, that's the output. So if this is the... Oh. This is the other thing with this thing, this save. It's gigantic. It's because there's so much of the map revealed. It's like absolutely nuts. So that's the input now, isn't it? When I start the game up, I can't load it with, as I stream now because it takes like 5 minutes to load it up. Okay. This, as I say, needs to move anyway. But is that a belt's worth? It is. So I could just copy this. Isn't that too short though? I think I know that already, don't I? Because I chopped it down. Yeah, it's nowhere near, so I think I need 4 more. Oops. Because it's actually 15, but 16 is obviously prettier. Yeah. But then we need to swip the recipe over. So that's that patterned concrete, I think it calls it. There's a bit of belt missing there. Now these, we need 3, don't we? Because we need 2 to feed this and 1 to feed this, and 1 to just produce it. So how might that work? So, and I say I need, well, if I just copy this. Wait, because... Yeah, that needs 2 belts. So could I... That wouldn't make any sense, would it though? Because thinking this could go like here and here. What's the gap in there? That's 3 tiles, isn't it? And then it feeds literally directly into where it needs to go. That could go through the middle as the extra, because it obviously needs steel and iron sticks. So that could be up the middle. Oh, middle. Obviously I need to switch these to regular concrete. Like that. Missed one, didn't I? Check on the map. That's all good. So, can I arrange these in a not horrible way? It's a real shame they're different sort of lengths. Like radically different. Could probably fix it if it didn't have speed modules in. And if I did that, so if I took all the speeds out, in fact, can I do that with one of them? No, you're not going to do that? That's annoying. I thought you could always... No? Huh. I thought you could get rid of it that way. I wonder why I thought that. And I can't do... just... No. Okay. That's annoying. Let's just do one, see what it looks like. So I'm wondering, I've got lots of space, like horizontal space, so I'm wondering if I take the speeds out on these ones, then it'll make them, you know, the rows of machine longer. But will it make it longer to the extent that I could have them all there? So, you know, I wouldn't have any big space. So that's quarter. Oh wow, so does it double the speed then? 100%. So it would end up twice as long, which is too long. So how about 1? What does, because that would then presumably be 75. Right, 3/4 of the length. So it goes up to 0.4. What? 0.53. Yeah, because it's half. So how many extra machines would I need at that? It would be half as many again. I've got 24. So would 12 do it? 0.6. Get rid of 1 pair. 0.56. 0.53. I suspect that's 1 too few. 0.5. Okay. Not sure on the maths on that, but if I put 3 extra machines in, how much longer does this get? Let's put it up there. So that makes it that long. Ah. Now we are talking. Because I'm imagining this, oops, going up here as some lanes. It'd be fewer, wouldn't it? But some lanes. Because we need, yeah. I'm guessing it's the same here. So if I swap out, rather take out 1 module. Assuming the maths works the same way, which Modules is one of the things with the maths in the game I really never really got my head around. Was it 3 more sets, I think? I think it's because it's the percentages. It's like, what does a 60% increase in speed mean? Because the machines don't work at speed 1 ever. So that looks like, I think I already know this, don't I? That it's, no, 0.5, there we go. So it's 2 extra machines, okay. So the lengthwise, that's going to be perfect then, isn't it? Awesome, okay. So, let's just fix these as well. I could have just copied and pasted this, couldn't I? Oh well. Okay. So that's then boop, boop. And then we get rid of those 2. Wait. Isn't that wrong? Because I need... Oh no, produce a full lane. Yeah. Let's take machines out. Put them back in. Come on. Come on. I messed up there. Insert more bobs. Oh, of course. That's complete cobblers. Complete cobblers. Let's have another game. So we've got a bit of space at this end. Move things around. So that's okay. We know... So that needs to be an input. That's now an output. It won't matter, I don't think, but... Okay, I had that in the middle, but that's okay, that's fine. So that could be like that. So they're refined on the top. This one on the middle. Wait, that's not lined up. Oh, it's lined up with the... Okay. Can I fix that in some way? Oh, it's off there anyway. Okay. So we want that there. Give or take. So that's the throughput of that. That's the pass-through rather, not throughput. That. Those are connected there. This is the output of this one. This is all looking quite neat. This needs moving up. Am I literally going to put it next to it? Let's leave a machine gap. Why are you there? You don't need to be there. So, which lanes do I need to feed in where? Missed the output on those for some reason. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And does that make sense? Because these just take a half and half lane of that. Okay. The question is whether I want to actually send them in the order that they're needed, so I can do, you know, that style. Oops. Like this. Or something else. Because what have I done here? With these ones, that needs to be the mixed iron and steel. Iron rod and steel. And so, which would be the mixed iron and rod and steel? That would be that one, wouldn't it? So this is the mixed iron rod and steel. Don't I have one brick? It's like one brick coming through here. Yeah, so the brick is on the bottom of that one. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not sure it makes a lot of difference, really. Anyway, this needs tightening up, I think. Actually, let's not do that. So, if there was a fence there, oops, fence there. Now we can work out. Because I've got 2 tiles, boop, boop. That makes it even. I don't want that there, I don't think. Might do, don't know. But all of this, like that. So that sort of positions it vertically. Question then is, no, so it needs to be 2 tiles that way. 2 tiles that way. 2 tiles that way, okay. So, if it's there now, it needs to be there. Okay. So chop that out, put that on that side, and then this side I can just move this over. Oops. Like that. So now saying pathways and stuff that I need to add aside, this is the top of the factory. It's quite a bit further up than I originally had it. I could obviously put, we can have a, you know, a nice thick walkway or something there, but really what I need to do is make a lot of space, don't I? Okay. But I mean, these need to go anyway. They're not like that now. Not like that. Okay. So yeah, that needs to be there. Oops. Top of the factory. How are we doing time-wise? 5:30, okay. If I was to move that over. It's a bit ugly with the power cables. But yeah, so this would be the undies. Across there. And this is all sorts of higgledy-piggledy mess, isn't it? So let's use some combinators to work out what everything is. Right. We're getting there. So this top one is the brick and ore. That we're expecting most of these to be. Can never remember where brick ends up with all these mods on. It's there. Okay. So that one's brick and ore. Isn't that one brick and ore? Yeah. That one's brick and ore. So is that one. And the bottom one, but that one is steel and stick. And then all of these bottom ones, apart from that one, that's just straight stone. All of those though, so this is just straight stone. No, it's in Dectorio, isn't it? There we go. So that's a double stone, double stoner. Then this is back to the brick and ore. Which I say, it would be nice, given we've got that arrangement, or those numbers, for that to be with these and for this to be on its own. I mean, have we got 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it'd be probably be easier in the mixing hall as well. If this was one of, no, this was. It's going in a completely different direction though. That's the problem. So it was something like that, and then that was that. How would I get that to work? Because this one then. That one needs to be the brick and... Well, that one needs to be that one. So that one is the brick. Other way around. Wait, what? One, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, that's the brick. This is the straight brick. And that's fine, isn't it? Because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. Oh, I was going to break them up, wasn't I? Yeah. And so it's more that 2, 3, 4, 5. That actually what I want is one of these. So that we can have 4 of them. And then it's this one inconveniently. So that one there needs to go that way. Well, you said this was aesthetic, not complete mess. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's all sorts of other side issues like power. How am I getting power over? I'd quite like to move those up, to be honest with you. So I put them there. No, I can't really do that. I also need to get water in, don't I? I haven't done that at all. Because at the moment of those oops. Could link them across like that. I don't think that... Well, they're not that heavy with water, I don't think, concrete. Oh. But yeah, where am I getting the water in? Where's me water? Me water. I could, because I've got water fill. I think, somewhere. Deep water, water. Do I not have any of that made? Oh, it's there. We could put a little pond in. It'll get a bit tricky these though, because it doesn't like you doing the whole... what should we call it? Thingy. Yeah, see, it won't let me put that on there. Is it just because the belt's in the way? Yeah, it's because the belt's in the way. Oh. Oh no. Can't remember which thing I have to use to fill it in again. Silly thing. There's one that just replaces it, and I can't remember what it is. I just used landfill. Just use landfill. There you go. Oh, except I need enough to fill it in. And that still wasn't enough. Okay. So it doesn't like that. Other option is, you know, say I can't remember how much water it actually uses, and this won't tell me. Will it? If I put that as to... Ah, it will. 136,800. 2,280, but I can never remember how much. Pumping speed 12,000 a second. 12,000 a second. 12,000 a second. And it requires 2,280. So it's way, way, way. Okay. So we could just have a in factory pond. Just like you do, like in every factory, there's an in-factory pond, and then if I just bring the water along the middle as a set of pipes, and I could have one on each side, and it just passes down. It probably won't work. It's too far, but I might try and get some pumps in as well then. Okay, so there's that issue needs to be solved. So I don't like these being this gap here. Okay, so if I move the whole thing slightly up, then at the very least we can get rid of that gap. So it's like that. There we go. There we go. That's a bit better. So let's temporarily hook up some power between that and that. Like that. So everyone's running. Oh, no they're not. Let us I'm not sure how I'm going to connect these up in a reasonable way, because I've managed to misalign the machines, haven't I? Yeah, but a complete mess of that. Let's just connect them. Like so. And actually, let's put one on here. Okay. So let's put some voids in so we can see it properly running. Like that. And down here. Okay. And then some generators up here. Spawners, or whatever the best term is. Matter source. And then if I just copy these over. I suppose that, no. Okay. But this is what they need to be. Which is ore and brick. Ore and brick. Brick and brick. Steel and rock. Okay, so let's let them chug through for a little while. And I'll sort of move these about. Because I think I've just made my mixing hole quite small. My mixing hole. Right. I'm not going to fully attach them because it's easy to get mixed up. Well, they all stopped, so why have you stopped? You stopped because I put blooming combinators in the way, haven't I? They're also not actually going to do anything because none of them have got water, have they? So I have to do that as well. So we want to go to there. That one. Put those in. And then we want to just plop them in. Okay. Now, how far down can you go? very good, is it? Maybe I'll just leave the pattern in. Yeah. So if I get that. Oh, have I put them in the wrong place? Why are you not aligned? I guess you wouldn't because you've got a... okay. So, we just need that bit. Okay. So, if I grab, say, a chunk of those. And there are so many factories left to do in this. It's sort of bonkers because I've not done a single thing with, well, other than the, you know, when I was doing it as trying to do it properly, I've not done a single thing with oil. So I don't really have a standard way of doing pipes or anything like that. But let us perhaps put in a little pond or two. Try and find them. Them up. That's not connected, is it? Oh, it is. The flow mechanics is so weird in this game. So, is it getting all the way down? So these aren't really getting to the end, you see. It's just bizarre how it works, or doesn't work. Okay, so it looks like we probably need some pumps in. But then we need some power probably travelling along these anyway. So what might that look? How many have I got? So there's, what's that? That's 25 in total. So what would it look like if I did every 5? So we've got... Does that count as one though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one. So if this was a pump, that's the wrong sort of pump, isn't it? Don't want a ship loading pump. Want a regular pump. Why have I even got ship loading pumps? Because I haven't put anything on a ship. Where the heck are they then? Because that would imply I've got... Oh, they're there. Oops. Let's get rid of them then. And put proper pumps in. Proper pumps for proper people. So, if I... So if that was there, it would need to be that one. And then that one. And It may be that there's just not enough fluid as well. That's obviously the thing. Because I'm never sure that the rate calculator properly calculates the rate. It's sort of a bit weird. Okay. So, got that bit. Yeah. Oh, those aren't close enough though, are they? Because I'm going to have to do that. Is that too far away? It's too far away, isn't it? Nuts. So I need to be one closer anyway, because they're too far for the power poles. Bottom. Right, let's actually test that out properly this time. So that was the power pole there. There. There we've got two in the way, or two in between rather, and then we're there. Is that close enough? Yeah, power pole reaches. Okay, so we can do 1, 2, pump. 1, 2, and then pump. No. Pump. 1, 2. Pump. 1, 2. Pump. 1, 2. Pump. So that's back in. Then this needs to be on the other side. So that goes in there. Goes in there. So it may well not be enough. You also get some weird, I'm pretty sure there's some bugs with the how the offshore pumps work, because I've had them before. They don't actually pump like at the volumes you'd expect. Because it says the 1200, but it then never properly fills up. Well, they're saying 35. It's not really getting there though, is it? Just what I mean, it's like, why is that doing that? Shouldn't be doing that. And one of the ways I sort of found to fix it is basically by making this bigger. Is that better? Looks better visually, but that may just be optical illusions. It's saying 54.9, you see, now, rather than 45. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Yeah, it's stuttering again. Anyway, that doesn't really matter, other than from the point of view of some fluid is getting to some of the things, so it's sort of happening. Why is that just not working at all? What are you doing? Oh, I'm feeding it concrete. I should be feeding it. Oh, that's the wrong recipe. That's why you're not running. Because you need to be cayenne concrete rather than That one doesn't have a recipe, does it? Oh, it does. It's the black one. You just can't see it. Marvellous. These aren't running. Why are you not running? Because it's not connected, that's why. Well, these are all backing up, aren't they? So it might be just more sensible. Maybe that can be a yellow. No, it's just too slow, isn't it? Although, 26, 30, 34. Yeah, it's not outputting it quick enough. So it's sort of weird thing of, in fact, why don't I just upgradeify them? And is that true for anything else? I was trying to use yellows to keep that thematic thing I was saying about. It's just not getting the water, is it? It's annoying. That's annoying. Scuppered by fluid mechanics again. This one's not running. Why are you not running? Not getting it in. Oh. There you go. But why weren't you doing anything? Because of no water. It's just if I cut that off, I can make sure some builds up and see that all the colours are there. They're all different. Tried to do them as close to a rainbow as I could, but it's not quite the list of colours that you get. Yeah, you see this one where it's, yeah. Oh no, but I also put double speeds in there, didn't I? Huh. Maybe I should... Oops. I don't know, what have I got that's too not needed? Oh, I shouldn't have got rid of them, but okay. Yeah, if we get rid of the speed module. And we can add the extra machine in. Crikey, coming up to 6, so as feared, not quite done by when I would normally stop for today. We're not far off though. Got the mixing hall, I think I might call it after I get that done. So, I can't remember whether it was 4 or 6 extra, but we'll plop them in anyway. Is that right? Well, yeah, there we go. Cool. I missed about there. Rubbish. Rubbish. How do I fix that then? How do I fix that? I mean, if I put some water in here instead. Oh, where are the pumps? There they are. And that obviously fixes the problem there. Yeah. Excuse me. But then I've got a whacking great pumping. Could I put it in there? Because I can't put it underneath a machine is the problem. Can't have a machines floating on water. Well, not until the expansion anyway. Okay, so that does fit there. Gets in the way of the fence, but I could move the fence one down there. Okay. So fence could be, in fact, fence could be there. Like that. And if I just sort of copy and paste that, will it let me do that? No, blueprint it maybe? Tiles? Yep. Obviously have to do it twice. So then you put the water in. And then the pump. Because my engineer knows how to dig a hole. Right. Okay. So I need to get rid of all of this. Plumbing fluid mechanics, eh? Hey. Right. I think I'll keep them here. So if I do that, tiles, cool. Oops. To be careful with water fill, because of course it's still lethal. You end up standing, water filling underneath yourself, you just kill yourself basically. Okay. Everyone has lots and lots of water. Excellent. Excellent. Right. Right. Get rid of all of that rubbish. And this can be moved as well, can't it? But for the time being. Yeah. Is that too far? No, that's okay. Okay. Hop under the fence. Like so. Let's get rid of all of that. Come back to that later. Question here is whether it will go all the way down. We shall soon see. Let's just build that in. While it fills the old pipes. And then we need to put... See, it looks great, this. We need to put these back in there. It's obviously stopped making anything because it's all backed up. Cool. Okay. So it's all just emptying its buffers. There's nothing happening there, is there? That's because I've put the belt in the wrong place. Like that. That one's not outputting either, why not? No water. What? How can you have no water? Oh wait, is that a... That's an underground. Nuts. I think that's where I was copying and pasting it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's because that's lined up with that, but that isn't. So it's put another one in. Okay, that's fine. Can't really tell the difference when you're looking at it like that, though. Okay. Yeah, we're all running. This is inconsistent, isn't it? Why is that? Implies that maybe the machines is not running properly. No, they all seem fine. Yeah. It's just that timing thing, I guess. Where suddenly, if all the arms swing at the same time, you end up with a slight gap where they all do a swing. So this doesn't actually appear to be enough brick. Why not? Why not? Oh, because quite... That lane there is feeding that. So it should only be requiring 0.4 of a express belt, which is half an express belt, effectively. Have been done? Why is that not working? Why not work? Oh, it wouldn't be because of the gap. Because I'm what is half a lane, I'm taking in halving again. So it needs to be that. That'll work. So am I a factor of 2 out with all the belts? Because that needs to be like that. So I then don't have enough iron ore, do I? I don't have enough belts there of stuff. Because I've halved it and then halved it again. Yeah, I need 3 more belts. Which would make sense because this is only 1.5 belts. It's not 3 belts. Bum. Bum. Where am I going to squeeze them in then? Where can I squeeze them in? Yeah, for some reason I've halved it and then halved it again. Whereas actually what I want is something like that. Okay. So we need 3 extra belts. 3 extra belts. So we could put a bit of a squeeze that way. I can have all of these be together. But I'm still going to need 2 extra, aren't I? Because I really only got room for 1 extra belt there. Although I could, I could flip back to what I had before, but so we could move all of this over. Let's shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it all down. Do that. Cut off the supply. And then we want to what? I need to move all of this but not that bit. 2 tiles right. Because it's there at the moment. Can't do 2 tiles. If I do 3, I mean I could do 3 tiles. Or I can go back to that sort of other idea I had. Oh. Were you really powered from that? I thought you were connected over there. Okay. Okay. Let's forget about that. There. And let us instead do that. there. Let's make that more obvious. Okay. These are all still fine connected here. But I need 3 extra lanes, crikey. Okay. So it's all going to have to go up by like 3 lanes as well. Or I could just make this a 1-laney gap thing. It's not very consistent with the rest of the factory, is it? That's your problem. So we make, oops, make that like that. So that one only gives me 2 lanes. So I need 1 more lane from somewhere. I think the only way we're getting that is by moving the whole thing up. So where do I want to go to? I need to go to... Oh, that's particularly annoying because of the blowing water. Right. Yeah, it's not put the water in. Okay. Well, if I'm moving it up by 1, I might as well move it up by 2. Or even 3. Okay, let's get the landfill in. Oh. Have I not honestly not got landfill on the plumbing? Hopper. It's a weird conflicts going on with these because they sort of don't quite work, basically. Right. Okay. So that needs to be there, doesn't it? Oh, I put 4 in. So that's that. And then this one I can move down to there. Like that. And then what was I thinking there? This was okay. So I think if I move that way, like that. More of those. Because the stone brick is still that top one, isn't it? Well, we'll have to go and check that it's connected, but yeah, it should be. Is that the right belt? It is, because it has the water. Okay, well, what am I full of? Nothing. Just moaning about nothing again. Oh, look, it's put the... But then you can do that on the... Because of the lake one. You can put power poles. Not lake, the cargo belts one. In fact, let's just fill that in. All gets hidden under concrete anyway. Right, so have I still got... any... Oh, there we go. connect that across if I can. Temporarily. Temporarily. Okay. Oops. Okay. It's your classic one tile off problem. Your classic one tile off problem. Okay. How are we doing? Need to do this bit. I don't know why I took that out since it's not finished. Right, so that one needs to go down there. That one down there. That one there. And that one is your brick going all the way through. Okay. Could test it, but I think I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. Oh, I don't know why I did that. What I do, I'm starting to lose the plot, is the way. Which is why I only usually stream for the 3 hours, but I said I'd finish, so let's finish. So I don't know how I'm going to sort that out. Might be interesting. Could maybe bring that down. So then these can go over the top, because that's just one lane. Is this going to work? Because that's just one lane. Like that. Alright, it goes slightly further than... Okay. I was hoping I could put... Because that reaches to there. But that's... I interact with it, okay. But I can move that one further down, can't I? So this can be... there. It can be there. Oh, it's not going to connect unless I put both ends in. That would be the source of the problem. Question. How many lanes? So I think I was expecting 2, wasn't I? So I got a bit of space there. Oh, that's annoying. Bum. I think that's one. That's going to be after. That's going to have to be a. I'll fix this post stream because I'm not messing about moving too many things one tile over. It just gets really annoying. So I was expecting 2. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Maybe I don't have the space then. Because, I mean, I could do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1 balancer, but they're quite meaty, I think. Yeah, they're quite sizable. I mean, I could align that with there. But yeah, I've got like 1 tile basically here, I think. Or depending on how I want to do it, I could do 2. So I could move the entire build 2 up / down. Say that's a post-stream problem, I think. So you're, well, or do I want a 5? Because 4 to 1 is just, you know, the basics. But it doesn't fit. Don't fit. Unless I move that down. Which is fine, but makes it a little uneven. I should really balance those 2 together, shouldn't I? Okay. I'm not sure I don't actually want 2 lanes out of this and 2 lanes out of this and then balance them down again, 4 to 2. I think that's probably what I would need, a better approach. Because that, I mean, that's automatically done here. This is a 2-lane job. But what does a 5 to 2 look like? Yeah, it's even bigger. Could flip it over. So maybe I don't have any space there. Because I can't. Oh no, that would work there. Except it's too high, isn't it? Okay, so no, I don't have space unless I start filling around. Getting fancy schmancy. It's unfortunate, isn't it? I'm going to have to leave a little kink in that. Oh well. Trying to, again, I'm not even sure that is actually what I want, because the steel is going to be way less than the iron rod. The iron rod is basically all of it. You know, what's coming in will pretty much all be converted to iron rod, give or take. It's not quite, you know, there will be some excess, but I say this is more like all of this iron ore going into here rather than this iron ore. So there will be bits come through, but nothing like the other. Now, how do I want to do this mixing hall? I think that's what we'll do to finish off. I think I'll call it done then. And then any sort of... Do I want these all together? And there again, you see. Is this slightly over? Yeah, so I could move the whole thing, like basically 2 tiles over. I said this before. 2 tiles over, and in fact more than 2 tiles over, 4 tiles over probably. And then it would give me room for a walkway there. But I will leave that sort of messing around until later. What I really need to know is which is which. So which one is coming out of where? So these two are iron ore, aren't they? No. Combinator? No. So these two are just straight iron ore. And then this one must be steel. No, that's wrong. Oh, in fact... Oh no, it'll be fine. Be fine. So that one's the steel. And then this one is the iron rod. The rod of iron. Okay, is that right? Bottom 3 iron rods. Yeah. Okay. So that's what's coming out of there. And this is what I need to end up with. And this is what I got. This stone brick here. How do I bring that over? So, you know, these stone bricks. That's weird that that's... There we go. These stone bricks need to be mixed with these ingredients to get here in the desired order and fashion. I'm going to move this up. I'm going to get rid of this. Am I? Yeah, let's get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of this. Now. Now. Huh. All of the iron and steel are all on the same belts, aren't they? And all in the middle. I've only got one of those. Because aren't these pumping out an entire belt? Okay. And is it 3 to 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So what all I really need to do, all of maybe really-ish, is for this, all of these ones, is essentially split these belts, and so I need to break that into 6 and have, split each of those into 2 and combine them together. Simply a matter. Okay, let's just put something together and I can work out whether I'm happy or not with it much later on. Are those balanced? They are. Okay. Because that seems a bit pointless, if I'm honest. If I'm then going to use a 3 to 6 to split them up again, it seems a bit pointless to balance them down there, but I can worry about that sort of thing later. And these are in the middle, aren't they? How big is this? Can I get a strip of, say, 10? So 10, no, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So it's about 70, but probably better to think of it as 60. So if we ended up with the these mixed lanes, in the middle here, that would cause me less headaches, I think, later on. Only I've got that wrong. There we go. So if these were to kind of be mixed here, okay. How best to do that? Because we want a 3 to 6 balancer. Just put it there for the time being. Or do I want that on the other side? Might be slightly easier if it's on the other side. I don't know, there maybe? So then we take these, oops, we place them in the wrong position. No. Like that. Copy this down. Well, that's not going to work, is it? Because I'm proposing then to do a 1 to 6 on the other side. Huh. So maybe 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Move them 6 apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So are they equidistant? So that's that. Yeah. And then we do something with undergrounds, I guess. Because I want those two there. Not going to be quite enough room, is there? I could do, yeah. Could do this. And then this one here to there. And then if I copy that, where would be best? So, oh, put that in the wrong one. Okay. Because then I'll have to underground these as well, but what's going to be look better? Or which is most practical as well? So let's underground all of these now. From there? Yeah. I think those are different distances then, aren't they? But never mind. Okay. No. Helps if I get the right belt the right way around. Right. I then need to do... So I need some space. That can't be there. It would have to be there. Need some space, man. Yeah. So I can then put... So it's 2 apart, isn't it? So I can then put this one here. Like so. I can then put that one there. Okay, so that's where they all kind of need to be. But we can tighten it up, obviously. I guess let's just check. Have we ended up with steel? No, because I got something wrong there. What's wrong? Belt's the wrong way around. Okay. Steel on the left hand side for every single one. Cool. And what was the other one? Iron stick, isn't it? Oh. So we know that's wrong. Do we end up with iron stick on every side of the belt? And is it the other side of the belt? There's one wrong there. Because that's got nothing on. Why is that? Oh no, it is. There we go. It's just taking a weird amount of time to get there. Okay, so that's all correct. In the sense of connecting properly. How do I want that? If I put the undies here, like that, move this up, like so, same on this side. Okay. And then I guess can I just cut and paste it then? Don't know why I didn't. Okay. And then similar sort of idea here. So we want one pure lane. Why have we got 4 there? Oh, because I'm... Yeah, okay. So we want one pure lane of brick, but otherwise we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feels like it should be 12, because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we got 6. Huh. That seems odd. As well as also semi-even. Well, oh! Well, that's not connected to the... Oh, no, it is. Oh, yeah, no, that's the right thing, isn't it? Okay. So we kind of need... It's really only 5 up here. I've not done the dumb thing again, have I? So you would need a lane. that lane is going to you. You need a lane. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So, going to have some weird balances, but basically I think we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's because, well, it's partly because that's not as it seems, in the sense that that's actually like 2 half. No, that was the error I was making before, wasn't it? Okay. I think what it really boils down to is I might have at one point thought I was going to put 2 lanes into this. The coloured brick one, because we don't have coloured hazard brick. Only hazard concrete and hazard refined concrete. So effectively this is where the unevenness comes from. And I've done 6 of them there. So I've done 6, I only need 5 is the, well, you know, 5 basically. Okay. That's fine then. The question is how I'm actually going to sort them out, because I need 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I guess 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's actually 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't that actually mean I've got too little? Because these need a full half a lane. So that's 1 lane, 2 lane, 3 lane, 4 lane, 5 lane, 6 lane. No, so because it's halves, I need 2 at the top and 4 at the bottom, because this is 3 and that's a full one. Okay. So I need 2 to go up the top here and blend with the ore. Okay. So we need 2 separate sets of these mixers, if we're going to call them that. Feels like this needs moving that way because we're only mixing 2 that way and 1 and more that way. Okay. But basically I can send 1 of these over to do the bottom mixing and 1 to do the top mixing. We haven't balanced these belts at all. Does that matter? But I could have 1 at the top here somewhere and 1 at the bottom. This is exactly the sort of thing that's quite good to, because if I can rearrange these, I don't have to do as much under. So, you know, if this is the actual iron ore coming out here, it's a lot tidier. I like this. It's probably better turned 90 degrees. Probably look a little neater, but I think that's fiddling around really. Right, so this needs to be the bigger one, and it's the same idea basically, where we want say that many as the end result, and we want another, except we don't, we want a clean one, so we want a 1 to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, nope, we do want 6, so we want another 1 to 6, in fact it's basically the exact same thing, isn't it? Only I change which balancer it is. So this is the 1 to 6 coming out. But then we want to say a sort of bonus lane here. Is pure brick. But I need to feed it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 plus 1 is 4. So I need 4 coming over here. So I need a Well, I could do a 3 to 6 balancer. In fact, that's exactly what I've got here. And then have the other one just coming up on the side. And then, same basic idea, but it's 1 to 4 and 2 to 4. Slot it in the middle here. Blimey. So I guess this one needs underground around this one, doesn't it? I put the belts in the wrong way around, but okay. Like that. So that one needs the same potentially there. Feels like that needs to move. Got the belts wrong around again. So if that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6. Basically, this needs to come up and be on that side. I don't know what the neatest way of doing that is, but I think I'm more at the stage of just getting it finished. Right now. Yeah, let's... Yeah, I didn't need to do that, did I? So instead, need to do something like that. Because this is the iron ore coming in here. Well, it's going to have to be a bit further over. And then this needs to be a 2 to 6, 2 to 4 balancer, which I think is the same, isn't it? Maybe. Brain's not really working. Yeah, same thing. Okay. So can I get this to work? So, if those are the two connected ones, is that right? No. So that's like that. And that's like that. Then we put those there. Oops. Don't work. Because that has to be like that. Unless I put that there. Like that. I seem to remember having tried to do something like this before and it doesn't work when it's this small because there's not enough room. Yeah, because there's no way for me to get that across there and be there. You have to take a slightly different approach when it's this size. Because here we have the sort of luxury of we can go 2 down. So that one, it's difficult to explain it, but Yeah. This gives us the luxury of skipping, basically. You see how it goes 1, 1, but then it misses 2, and then it misses 5, and then this is the even number. So basically, I can't do the same thing without putting a bit of a kink in the plan, as it were. Because I can take that, for example, to that one, and that one to that one, no problem. Like that. Can I get it to work, actually? Guess I could go to there. Is it just a sequencing issue? And then that could go to there. Yeah, that'll work. Because I can hop that one over the top. And that's already hopped. If I'm going to keep it stylistic similar, that needs to be there and do that. Did I put these right next? I did put them right next to each other, that's fine. We shall soon see, because I'll give it a test. But that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. We have 3 gap there and 3 gap there, so it's roughly even. Right, so we want a 6 to 6 balancer just to make sure everything is flowing. I mean, we don't. You don't need to balance this sort of stuff. I just quite like balancers. But there you go. So maybe if I put it the right way around, maybe flip it over. Where's the edge of anything? So, as this is where I need to sort of tighten it all up. But that'll work, that's fine. There we go. And then I can hop, skip and a jump that over. Like that. So they go there. Okay. So yeah, as I said, sort of at the beginning of the stream, finish is a loose term. I get it to the point where I'm basically happy it's working. It's just a case of moving things one tile over and one tile back. I don't think I want to stream that. I mean, I did that with the other factories anyway. There's lots of off-stream tiny movement. Okay. Right, let's hook everything up. I mean, I haven't done the miners anyway, so you know, it's not really functional. But what we'll do is we will connect all of these up. No. All of these up and trace everything through the factory. It's interesting that that's not really fully moved through. Okay. How are we doing? Is there anything I can do in the meantime? We go and find all the other gap bits. There we go. Right, let's get rid of some of these. Like that. Let's just tidy that bit up. And then these need to go. Like that. Should be some voids on the, yeah, so the total products are gone. The end products are gone. Okay. Any more gaps? No gaps there. What about all of this? Is this connected? Haven't connected any power up properly, have I? No. Where would I want the power to go? Oh, that's annoying. That's one tile off, isn't it? There you go. That's the type of thing I'll fix. Anyway, I need to move it up anyway, so it probably wouldn't be there. But if we say take, yeah, if we go over here, there's another gap there. There's no steel. Why is there no steel? Just taking its time. Taking its sweet time. Yeah, but if we go up here, this is the type of place I would want the power to be going. Okay, so that's a bit botched together, but it's all fine. So let's go and stand at the end. Crikey, 7 o'clock, 4-hour stream. I don't know how streamers, you know, these all-day streamers do it. I guess they don't do as much jabbering away as I do. Just like to keep a continuous commentary, really. I've said before, that's kind of why I started streaming, because people, my friends were pointing out I was doing a lot of talking to myself, and they were like, well, why don't you should stream? I mean, they meant it sarcastically, obviously, but it's all gone. Just taking it away. Just taking it away. So yeah, I need this to be almost perfect square then, wouldn't it? Oh, I do like the look of that. That looks good. So it's getting there. You know, it's not finished, let's be honest. But it's not far off. And I say, we get these, I don't mind these, like, dashed, you know. It's basically because all the arms swing at the same time. And so because they have a swing time, particularly the yellow ones. It means if they're all moving in sync, there's a tiny little period where there's all of the bricks are actually in transit rather than being done. It doesn't seem to be much steel coming out. I don't know if that's because we're expecting it to be so low. There's not a lot of iron ore on that belt, is there? Is that right? That doesn't seem... 1.3 belts in theory is required. I think, have I got a pickup? I got a pickup problem. Okay. I was a bit worried about this using all these yellows. They can't pick them up quick enough, basically. It does look like, though, actually this would be the one that's not producing the excess, and I thought it was the other way around. Although, why is that belt full? Ah, because that's not connected. There we go. Yeah, I wanted to keep this, you know, like low-level tech, but then in reality, So we should be getting a backup effect, but why is that so uneven? Isn't that weird? I think it's effectively because that's coming out faster. Ah, well there you go. Why is an uneven amount? No, it's just finding its balance. That's odd that that's... I guess technically they are being all side loaded, but then why... Yeah, I suppose it is a tiny amount of steel that we need. Is that enough steel? It seems very tiny. It's backing up there, but not here. Is that just the distance? They can't pick up, can they? Should be better once the lanes are full, but maybe not. Because that's not really producing anything. Why are you not producing anything? Takes a while to back up, I think. Yeah, I think like all of these inputty ones need to be blue. Bit of a shame, but not going to rebuild it with red. So what are they? They're refined. Yeah, they just can't grab them quick enough. Can't grab them quick enough. Yeah, let's just do the... So if it's an input, we'll upgrade it. In fact, why don't I do the whole thing? Rather than try and mess about, work out what's what. Already did all of them, didn't I? Yeah. Oh, and we got a separate set here, so get rid of these. Cool. Yeah, so it's this one that's not really using all the iron ore. Isn't that weird? Whereas I thought it would be that one. Where's the steel going in there? Seems like I could probably do with a bit more steel, actually. I mean, I suppose they are. No, you see. Just not getting any steel all the way down. I think it's because it's being kind of distributed. I mean, it'll probably back up eventually. Like this. Why is that one in particular backed up? There you go. So eventually, I think it will like properly back up. And so down here, where the balancer is, there'll be an excess on one lane. Yeah, so when it eventually gets back here, this is the balancer. That'll effectively push more of it that way. Because these are like under, you know, this is less than this effectively. Not effectively, it is. Why have I got two power poles in there? Oh, that's annoying that they're not lined up properly. Oh, that's very annoying. Yeah, it's because they're misaligned, isn't it? Oh well. Oh well. Should have flipped them round, is what I should have done. Should be flopped over and it'd probably work then. Oh well. Right. So get rid of that note and get rid of that note. But yeah, these aren't consuming. In fact, they're not actually getting enough brick, are they? Well, I suppose they wouldn't because I underdid these by quite a bit. So these are quite a bit under. But that's fine. Oh, it's only producing this, which I don't actually need. But yeah, that's a bit annoying. Okay, so am I happy to just call it there? I think so. It's not really finished, but it's 7 o'clock. And I think I've mentally had enough. There you go. So it's backed right the way into the balancer nearly. It's odd that it's sort of those. This is sort of stayed the same, isn't it? Yeah. Looks like probably more steel would have been a better. And I could add like one extra on. And, you know, we've got loads of iron all backed up, so could add a little bit more steel, an extra row or two. But also then match up better with the size of that if I did that, wouldn't it? So let's put some tags on. Extra steel. In fact, extra rows of steel. And I can put a tag on here. Tidy this up. Like that. And then respace belts. factory, move top up. Just put another note here, move up. So basically, I want to, increase the space there because we've got loads of room here, basically. So we can have the belts and here. So, I could easily move things up and space things out better because there's nothing. That space there, if you look at that, isn't far off that space. I mean, they're not the same, but it's not far off. And I could easily put a thick walkway around the top and not have a walkway here, maybe. But yeah, also if I put walkways, put that on there. Yeah, I think we'll call that done. I don't think that looks too bad. Particularly like that in the end. It was a pain to do, but there we go. Hello, Red Light. Thank you. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you very much for the comment. I'm actually just finishing up, I'm afraid. I don't know if you just joined or you've been here a while. But so this is the brick factory. It's functional. We've got brick and everything. Why is that so tiny? That doesn't. Oh no, it's because it's black, isn't it? There we go. Got all the coloured bricks coming down and the concrete hazard concrete. Everything's got stuff on each lane. We're getting a weird gappiness there. I don't like that. But I think it's because of this thing that the steel is taking absolutely ages to back up. Yeah, so that one's now backed up. So we get more effectively pushed into the other lane because all of this needs to back up, I think, before it will sort of self-compensate. And you see they're slowly creeping up. In reality, of course, there would be trains here and loading would be uneven and stuff like that, but that's definitely another. These are the trains I was going to load up. That's definitely a problem for another time. I also need to build a harbour to put all of the stuff on boats. There's so much to do in this ridiculous challenge I've set for myself. I mean, I've not even, I need to hook up all the mining, because I need stone, I need coal, I need copper, I need lots of iron. Where's all the stone I was going to grab? So these stones here. Yeah, so lots and lots to do on this. However, because I've been playing Factorio continuously for since October in all the streams I've done, I am going from next week to mix it up a little bit. So I will be continuing the... Oh, I didn't put the schedule on, sorry. Long stream for me, this. I normally only stream for 3 hours. But next week, I'm going to start another playthrough of Dyson Sphere Program on a Sunday. So rather than... I've been alternating. There's this series and a blueprint series where I'm building myself blueprints. But I finished testing the blueprints that I've made last week. And so I'm going to call this Brick Factory finished in the sense that it does what it's meant to do. I just need to make it look a little prettier, and that's a lot of moving one entire halves of the factory one tile over. So from next week, well, goodbye from Russia to Russia. Yes, so from next week I'll be doing Dyson Sphere Program on Sundays. I mean, I've played it through several times. I know what I'm doing, as it were. I'm not going to be learning the game or anything. So hopefully that'll be, 6 weeks or something of that. I'm just going to build, a Dyson Sphere. I'm not going to... Oh, thank you very much for the follow as well. That's very kind. I very much appreciate it. Bouncing cow on my head. Yes, Dyson Sphere Program Sunday. I will still be doing Bob's, though. I will still be doing Factorio, but it'll be Bob's on the Saturday. Obviously, the streams are staggered, so 6 o'clock on the Saturday and then 3 o'clock again on the Sunday. I don't think it'll be another mega stream. They're usually about 3 hours or so. If you wanted to catch any of my stuff, so any like the archive of... I've done loads of playthroughs of Factorio and Dyson Sphere program, Satisfactory. Then they're all archived on my YouTube channel, which is Trismegistus or Trigos. Yeah, and the VODs just go up on there if you ever wanted to take a look at those. So that's it from me. I hope you've enjoyed it, and you might consider coming back for another one. I've been Trismegistus. This is... I'm sorry, my outro's gone wonky because I'm a bit dry of mouth. If you've been watching, I hope you've enjoyed it, and you might consider coming back for another one. I've been Trismegistus. This has been Factorio. Thanks for watching. Cheers.